Okay, let me know if you guys can hear me. I can fire away questions. I can demonstrate a little better now that I can get vocal. All right, cool. Can I have a look at gold? Hear me twice. Oh, you know what it is? Hold on. Let me. I think I have this volume over here. There we go. Um, yeah, give me 1 second to look at gold. I'm just there's someone that's emailing. I want to give them the link to get into this here so I can help them out. I mean, yeah, I can put up a chart of gold. Um, what do you want to look at? GLD. That's a 15-minute chart. I'll bring up a daily chart if you like. I mean, I personally I like gold. I've liked it since the middle of July. I wish I bet harder on it, but hindsight's always 2020. So, but you had a good run here, and you know, do I think there'll be a breakdown in gold? I don't know. I'm not betting for a breakdown. I mean, if you ask me, so some of the features just to show off here, as far as what our charts do, you see this red dotted line here, and over here it says swing trade or swing exit. And so it's an algorithm that can see where there's been pivot points. And so you can see right here when it made its big breakout in July, and you can see banging on this support here multiple times. We can draw some lines and paint a picture, but I don't see why there's a breakdown in gold. I have a two-sided opinion on this. One, I'm one of those people that thinks gold is a stupid pet rock, but that doesn't mean you can't make money on it. So, I mean, you can't go buy a dinner with a gold bar, but the bottom line is human beings value it still. So, why wouldn't you try to make money on it? So, I'm in both camps that it's dumb and it's valuable at the same time. So, but I mean, I don't see any reason. You got every central bank in the planet right now printing money like it's going out of style. There's going to be more stimulus from us at some point. There's going to be more stimulus in Europe. There's going to be more stimulus in Asia. And as they print stimulus, I mean, the general convention is the general convention's gold goes up. I break down because of the election. I don't know. I won't. I don't speculate into politics whatsoever. I mean, I hardly speculate into monetary policy, but I don't. I just don't touch politics. I really listen to what the charts are telling me. I try to. I don't watch news. I do not turn on CNN ever. I do not turn on CNBC other than if I need a laugh. I don't turn on MSNBC. I don't turn on Fox. I don't turn on. I don't even turn on the local news. So I could care less. I get a glimpse a little bit here and there on Twitter, but the charts tell me all the news I need to know. If I want to really know news, pull up these charts. Pull up a SPY chart, I pull up a Q chart, and these would tell me. This tells me what's going on in the tech world here. This tells me what's going on in the rest of the world. So, this is how I get my news. Because if there's something major going on in the world, you're going to see big fat red candles here, or big fat green candles, good or bad. But back to gold. Um, Look, you had a bit of a breakdown here where the 50's been kind of crushing it. This is the 50 moving average on the red line. And now you have everything starting to cross back over again. And to me, that says momentum. You had a big gap. The gap is held. The sellers tried to get it down today. Buyers were able to hold their own today. So obviously, for the bulls of gold, you want to see at least a little more consolidation here before a move up. But a move up is okay too. It wouldn't be the worst thing in the world if we filled this gap and then moved off that as well. But the moving averages if I was betting money on it, moving averages tell me with this here, 50 about to be crossed by the 8 EMA and the 10 SMA is crossing the 20. All these averages crossing back up tell me that we're headed back up. Do I think it could reach 2000? Yeah, I mean it was at 1950 last night or the day before or something like that. Absolutely. I'll be honest. I was shocked it didn't get to there sooner. I suppose election news held it down. People, not looking to make major bets. At least not the big kids. So that's kind of what I think. You know, but I like gold. I was a buyer of it. I'm not adding to any positions at the moment on it. I'm gonna let it play. I like actually silver more than I like gold. It has more real world value in my opinion as it's used in electronic components. So I was actually more shocked at this big breakdown in silver here than I was in gold. But once again, followed the leader. The chart looks almost like the GLD chart, so that's my 2 cents, anyways. For what it's worth. Well, I am certainly no expert on any of this stuff. I just a squirrel trying to find a nut, as they say. You guys got questions on the platform itself? Shoot them at me if you're still here. Scott, are you still here? If you're still here, Scott, I'll go back over that whole AI trade size thing and how it breaks down to this AI trade window here and the brokerage plus AI trade for the auto trading module. This platform is it's called Trade Ideas. So we scan U.S. stocks. We scan Canadian stocks too, but it's not as efficient. There's a little more of a hitch to scanning the Canadian stocks. So that's what we are, and we're having our test drive right now. We do it basically once a quarter. Our test drive, where we for $9 to cover the exchange fees, let people get 10 trading days access. We let them in early, so users of the test drive should be able to log in now so that they can kind of get familiar with the platform through the weekend, and then they're ready to go. Monday morning market open. So, Scott, this is how this breaks down. So this window here is the regular AI trades alert window, and essentially right now what I do is I have it all set up to show as if I was buying 100 shares of each one of these trades and what that profit would be. Now, there's multiple exits actually as far as the AI goes. There's different risk modes. And each risk mode has its exit reason. So I just want to expand this whole thing here to kind of run this all down. I'm actually trying to do another video on this to update this because it's all changed recently. So you have three types of exits. You have the conservative, where Holly obeys all of her rules. There's 5 different exits on a conservative. You have moderate, that is basically a target, a stop, and end of the day hold. So if no stop is hit, no target is hit in moderate profit, she'll hold the trade to the end of the day. And then you have aggressive, it ignores all stops and it just holds the trade no matter what to the end of the day. Win, lose, or draw. Is Holly on the web version? It doesn't look like this, but yeah, she's on the web version. I'm not sure if you can AI trade size in the web version or how that works. I've never had to use the web version. In fact, the first time I ever logged on the web version was today, and I'd done it twice. Once for someone else earlier today because they said it wasn't working, so I wanted to test it was working, the servers. And the second time ever was when I was demonstrating to you before. So those are the only 2 times. There's things that are different about it, and it doesn't have all the functions and features, unfortunately, that the app does. But it's a lot more complicated coding to get that all going. Um, um, so yeah, yeah, of course. You're welcome for showing this. So real quick, race. I'm sorry if I'm butchering the name. Forgive me, but here's a link to if you're interested to try the test drive. If you have any interest in the software or anything like that, this is a link here. I'll post. You can sign up for it if you're interested. If not, just blow the link off. So this is how, Scott, the trade sizing works for at least in the app. You go to Tools up here, and Here we go, tools, options. And on this left bar here, you see AI trade size, which we're already on. And you have three different ways to take the trade essentially, or to show the trade here. You can do it dollars you're risking per trade, or excuse me, you can do dollars bought per trade. I'm buying $1,000 worth of stock or $100 worth of stock. You can do it shares per trade, 100 shares, 1,000 shares, 50 shares, 20 shares, whatever you like. Or you can do it based on this Holly's stop loss. So it'll share size based on her stop loss. So you can set it risking $100 a share for stop loss, $100 a trade for stop loss, or $1,000 a trade, and that will tell you how many shares you're taking. See, I don't have share size in this window down here because I know I'm taking 100 trades as a static, but I could put the share size here, how many shares it is, if I swap to based on stop loss. And so that's how that works. That's just, following along with the AI. This is her actual alert window. I can bring up the Brokerage Plus module here, which is what we link to interactive brokers with, and soon for the public, TD Ameritrade is on the way. Why is that not coming up? Oh, this is why. TD Ameritrade is very close, as is, I'm told, E-Trade, but I'm not sure on the E-Trade. I am actually testing the Ameritrade myself. There are some bugs in it still, so this is the Brokerage Plus module, and essentially it links to interactive brokers, and then you can have Trader Workstation minimized or whatever you want to do, and you can place all your trades through here. Your buy and sell buttons, some other options over here. You flatten the position, get out of half the position, double the position, reverse the position, some all kinds of things like that. You can manage, you got a P&L graph for the, over here, that's on your day, and then you can see your total P&L for positions held. This is for total for today. This is the total there. You can get a summary of what your accounts are. And then there's some different, you can see what the orders were filled, messaging to see what is flying around in here. And your machine will keep a log of everything that's going on. So if there's any issues you're having, you can send those logs to us. I'm one of the people that goes in and reads those logs and see why you're having issues. So with all that said, you can auto trade Holly, and essentially her strategies, she comes with a set of strategies every day. You never know what those strategies are going to be. It's going to be based on what her optimizing the night before did, and then she decides those are the strategies that are best for the current market conditions, and then you have the ability to turn these strategies on, and then you can edit them ever so slightly. You can pick between moderate and conservative for the management of the trade risk on the auto trader. You can pick best of. Now best of, what it'll do is it'll figure what has the best odds that's been working and select that as your exit for that trade, but it won't change your managed positions. You pick the order type, limit obviously, then you pick your delta here, inside outside market, and your reference for that delta is last price obviously, and then your time and force for the trade. You can set all that, how long you're willing to stick around waiting to get filled, all those kind of things like that. The one thing that I tell people is that Holly's not a magic money machine. She's not a crystal ball. She's not turn her on, go play a round of golf, come back and count your money. It just doesn't work like that. If it worked like that, I wouldn't be talking to you guys right now. I'd just be counting my money on a yacht in Tahiti or something like that. But there are people that have auto traded Holly and they've had some decent success with her. The thing you got to accept is, there are days where she could be down $1,000. There's days she could be up $1,000. So you got to be able to stomach that kind of swing. So as I ramble on here, is there anything else that I can answer for you guys? Throw some questions at me or something. Um, so, so I've used Thinkorswim for years. I know that it has its login issue. So the bottom line is, if you are having a login issue with Thinkorswim, you're probably going to end up having a trade issue as far as that goes. Your broker's down, your broker's down. That's just the way that works. Um, Interactive Brokers sucks. Their trader workstation sucks, in my opinion, compared to Thinkorswim, except for the fact that their system never goes down. So that's the one thing they have. But everything about Brokers blows. It's slow, it's clunky. They have no customer support. You also have to pay Interactive Brokers for their data. So like if you're looking at U.S. equities data, I think it's something like $10 a month. You got to pay them. That's them, not us. So, they're just clunky like that, Interactive Brokers. That's all there is to it. But they were the first ones that we could get an API connection with, and that's how that kind of thing works. So, yeah, I mean, look, I swapped over to Interactive Brokers for a period of time because I wanted to use the Brokerage Plus interface. I was doing some auto trading with personal strategies that I had made. I backed out of it for a while now. I might get back to it at some point. But Interactive Brokers was the only way to do that before. It still is. I can't do any of that with TD right now. I'm only testing to see if the API accepts the orders and things like that. Nothing advanced yet. We're already finding bugs that we have to work out. So we have the API linkage with TD, but still a ways off. But ever so slowly marching towards it. Sorry, just looking at our help emails coming in here. So, if there's any silent time and anybody's sticking around here, just throw a question. And as far as the platform goes, I can answer most questions. I suppose if you try, you can stump me. So we got right now. Yeah, there are tons. There's the one thing we've been getting a lot recently is being able to compare candle to candle, previous candles and stuff like that. We don't really have capabilities for that. Some of the stuff that people ask for or look for, we can kind of work around it or manipulate with some of the filters to get them kind of what they're looking for. Uh, that type of technology is on the way. No, it's in the pipeline. That's on the developers. How fast it comes, I couldn't say, but it's at the top of the to-do list. So fingers crossed because all of us want the same thing. I'm using three monitors. You're just looking at one of my monitors right now. This is kind of a layout that I put together for when I do support sessions. It's just a very generic monitor or generic layout, more or less. A SPY chart, daily 15-minute chart. I just have the 15-minute chart blown up. Over here is my sectors list, my ETF sectors list, and a single stock window here. So I'll get rid of Brokerage Plus, takes up a lot of space, and shrink these charts down. Let's get rid of that. There we go. I have things of trade ideas spread across three monitors. I don't need to. It's just the way I have it since I have three monitors. But I have Thinkorswim up so I can see the time and sales on one of my other monitors. And then there's scans that I keep on another monitor. I probably don't even need almost any of them anymore because I'm so reduced with everything that I'm doing. Sorry, conversation with my daughter, just muted the mic so you didn't have to listen to her asking me to turn the air conditioner on November 6th in New York. Yeah, hi Sam. I saw your email. Are you doing a test drive right now? Are you on a test drive and you're getting that kind of latency? Because that's really abnormal. I'd say a little bit of both, Scott. Um, Also, I find a lot of people. Um, what does I want to say? A lot of people end up in Barry's trading room. We have a free trading room. You don't even have to be a subscriber for it. I'll drop a link for the free trading room here for anybody that's interested. You don't have to be a subscriber, nothing. You can go in it and do whatever you want. There's no pump and dump schemes in there or anything like that. It's a very tight run trading room. Someone comes in that room and says stock ABC's going wherever, and it sounds like they're pumping it and they're not giving a reason, and they're not, Barry will let them know kindly to stop, and if they don't, they're gone. So, um, this is the free room. Yes, yes, I'm doing test drive. I'm not sure why the latency is so high. That is weird. Can you do me a favor, Sam? Can you go to account, click on that, and you'll see up here reset connection and reset your connection and just tell me if that gives you anything? If that helps you out. And then what are your MS up here? What are you pinging up here? Because I saw your email come in. That's why I fired that email back at you. Um, I saw the screenshot that you had there of that latency, so I'm not sure. 183. I mean, 183 isn't horrible. Can you show us a good generic one? Monitor layout. I mean, a good generic layout. I mean, I don't have necessarily a generic layout other than what I'm sharing here on the test drive. They're all personal windows. I have the studies on the charts that I like. Um, what I could do is in a second here, I want to see if I can help Sam get this latency problem he's having resolved, if I can on my end, see if it's a trade ideas issue or not. And then what I'll do, Mar, is I'll walk you through on our channel bar, clicking around and how we can find scans that we like, how we can save them, and then build a layout by saving those scans and then reloading them individually is what I can do for you. And so anybody that's flipping in and joining or anything, I'm just doing a little tutorial here on Trade Ideas stock scanning software. We're doing our test drive. Users have access to the platform now. And they'll have 10 trading days starting Monday as well to, well, give the software a test drive here, see what they think. So this is here. I'm dropping a link for anybody that's coming through and might want to sign up for the test drive. It's $9. That's just to cover the exchange fees that we have to pay with the NYSE and the NASDAQ. And there's no auto enroll and subscription. There's been, I guess, the company that we use to process the cards, for some reason, they have it makes it look like it's going to auto enroll people and stuff. It's something we're trying to fix, but it's out of our control. There is no auto subscription of anything. If you sign up for the test drive, you take the test drive, that's it, it ends. You want to subscribe, you subscribe. You want it to go, that's it, it's over. I can't promise that you won't hear another email from us, but we don't auto subscribe anybody into anything unless you take a subscription, and then you set it up for an auto renewal from a subscription there, but it doesn't happen from the test drive. So I'm not sure, Sam, if you're still with me. If you were able to do what I was asking there on the account and reset connection. Um, is that, I'm not entirely sure that it's if it's Trade Ideas that's done that to you, because I mean I'm running, I've got Trade Ideas. My daughter's got a Roku thing on and her iPad on and my phone, everything, all that's hooked up and I got running here. Plus, I'm streaming to you guys right now on top of that. So, and I mean, I'm not, I've got no lag, no issues. So, what I'll do right now, while I wait for Sam to hit me up with that, is I'll walk you guys kind of through how one could build a layout just based on our channel bar. So a layout essentially is a combination of windows, whether it's two windows or 1,000 windows. You're not going to be able to really run 1,000 windows with Trade Ideas unless you got some holy cow amazing machine and 5,000 monitors. But try to reset it the same. Okay. Um, do me a favor, Sam. Do this. Go to Tools. Go to Options. Go to Connection and switch from connection primary to HTTPS and see if that does anything for you. And then after you do that, go to the account and reset the connection again. After you get that, go to account and reset connection again. Um, I wouldn't be able, I can't tell you why unless you have like 1,000 Trade Ideas windows open. I mean, that can happen and people don't realize it with pin windows, where you'll have a whole mess load of windows underneath windows that you didn't know were there. So, if you move some of your windows around in Trade Ideas and you see that there's duplicates of them, that could be causing you an issue. But let me know if that swap on the server helps you. So again, that's go to Tools, go to Options, Connection, and change it from primary to HTTPS. I'm going to save that change. After you save that change, you're going to reset your connection and account here again. Let me know. So building a layout, what you're going to want to do is, at least for anybody new, I would suggest is these channels are all labeled. Some a little better at explaining what they're looking for than others, but they all have a theme to them. So if we look at something like, we can go to the momentum channel here. All right, we click it and it's going to bring up a layout. Uh, oh well. All right, that layout loads on another screen for me, so I'm just going to bring everything back over for you guys here. I'll bring it over just as it did over here. So this is what I got when I clicked that screen. These scans right here. 1, 2, 3. Give me a SPY chart. Low float winners. Alright, and that's all the windows. Alright, so it gave me just these here. Extreme Master Blaster, which is what we call a multi window, multi strategy window. It essentially takes alert windows and puts a bunch of alert windows all into one window here so that you can save up room. And so if you got like 5 alerts that you really like, that you like to run, maybe some of them work at different times of the day, you can have them all combined into here so you're not taking up real estate on screens with just those few things. So let's just pretend that, I'm in this channel and I say, boy, I really like this Extreme Master Blaster here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to right click it. I'm going to come here and see Save Share to the Cloud. I'm going to click Save Share to the Cloud. And I'm going to click, I see that Extreme Master Blasters here, and I have saved that. So now that's in my cloud. We're going to flip around and we're going to come to, let's just get another channel, the Traderz Vault. These are a whole bunch of scans that some different, boy, this stinks. All right, I'm going to swap screens on you guys here. Let me see if I can give you guys the screen here. Whoops, there we go. All right. So move that over because all these scans are popping up over here, and I'm going to mute my alerts. All right. So over on this screen here, you can see all these scans here are scans that other traders in Trade Ideas have created and used, and they're popular scans that each individual trader uses in Trade Ideas and that they've shared with the users by creating a whole channel for it. So one of my favorites that I've used in the past, when I was more day trading than swing trading, which I'm more of a swing trader now, uh, is Turbo Family Up. So again, right click that. We're going to save that to the cloud. From that right click, save share to the cloud. Another one that I really like is Extreme High Low Pro here. Looking for really high volume stocks that are kind of breaking out of a range. And once again, it's a right click, save share to the cloud. There we go. All right. And just for fun, let's add a top list. Let's find a good top list here. Let's go fishing, turbo breaks, consecutive. Wonder if there's the squeeze me. Let's see. Squeeze me. Here we go. The squeeze me channel. So this is stocks that are looking for stocks with high short floats. All right. So this right here, this is a window I like. So again, this is a top list. This will cycle through stocks that meet the filter requirements on this every 30 seconds. Need to maximize that one monitor. Are you talking to me, Scott, as in you can't see my monitor well, or you're just referring to the multi-window for maximizing one monitor? So I'll wait for you to answer, Scott, and I'll keep. You see all three of my monitors? That can't be possible. You're still seeing all three right now? Because that's not what I'm showing in. Hmm. Oh yeah, that's just an email I had open. Slack. Yeah, yeah, no, that was just an email that I have open. Yeah, I'd swap screens because when I'm loading all these new channels, this is my default screen, so it's loading there. I have to. There's other settings I'd have to switch to get to the other screen. I just didn't want any of my notifications to come through here in case someone's yelling at me for something. So um, so you should be back on the one monitor now. And so, like I was saying, the squeeze me here, it's a top list. It cycles through every 30 seconds to update to stocks that meet the filter requirements. So once again, we right click, save share to the cloud. We're going to save it. And so now we have the beginnings of a layout. All right. So we can get rid of all this stuff here. All right. And we're going to bring up each one of those individual scans that we just saved. So we're going to come here to File, Load from Cloud. All right, click Load from Cloud, and you can see Squeeze Me, Extreme Volume High Low, Turbo Family Up, Master Blaster. All right, so we're going to load each one of these scans now. All right, File, Load from Cloud. We got Squeeze Me. Now we got the High Low Pro. File, Load from Cloud. And the Turbo Up Family. File, Load from Cloud. And the Master Blaster. Okay? Now, we've got the beginnings of our layout. We got some scans that we like. We got some scans that we can look at. All right? We got some real estate, so let's use it. All right? So we can expand these windows a little bit. You can see better on the price action here and all that. All right? So we got those. Now, so I'm wondering what you like on one monitor, single stock window or two, charts or three, one scanner, three, my favorite layout. Um, I'll go over that in a moment, Mar. Let's finish building this layout together. I'll just take another moment here, and I'll kind of go over. I'll show you my layout afterwards, what I'm doing, and I'll show you. There's scans on it that I don't use or I don't need anymore. Um, so, what's a layout without charts though? So let's put some charts. So we go to new. And from this window here, now there's a lot of stuff here that you guys won't have. I'm in a developmental version. But all this stuff from here on up is available to you. So, we can make a new alert window if we want to create our own top list. This is a multi-strategy where we can open up and combine those windows. Here's our single stock window. So boom, let's get a single stock window going. All right, now we got a single stock window. All right, and we need charts, so let's get some charts going here. There's one chart. All right, I personally like three charts. That's all I really need. I'm not usually in a ton of trades at one time, and I'm not really much of a day trader anymore, so I don't need to be looking at 30 charts at once like a crazy monkey on meth. There's two charts. Let's shrink these down so we can fit a third chart, and then I'll move those charts time frames to the time frames that I like to look at and show you how to change the time frames. So once again, one more chart, new chart window, and here we have it. Sports fans, three chart windows. And get these all sized appropriately. There we go. And now I got the daily chart I like here. This chart I like to go to a 15-minute chart. This is at least when I'm working intraday. So right click the chart. All right. Here's this whole list of options we can do. And we're going to time frame. And we got 1 minute, 2 minute, 3 minute, 5 minute, 10, 15, 30, 60, daily, weekly, monthly. I like a 15-minute here. Once again, a right click. And we're going to time frame. And we're going to a 5-minute chart. I like that here. These do, because the way I save default windows, I don't like all these studies on intraday charts. I only like a 8 EMA and a 20 SMA on the intraday charts. I like all the studies on the daily chart. But so there we have the beginnings of a layout. Now I got the single stock window. I got the scanners that I wanted, and we got all that here. So now what we want to do is we want to save this whole layout so that when we open up, we can have this layout every time that we open, and we don't have to go clicking through all the scans over here and all the channels to put this whole thing together. So what we do is we go back to File, and we go Save or Share to Cloud, and we click Save or Share to Cloud. And I'm going to expand this, make it a little bigger, easier to see. All right. And so we see right here, entire layout, and we click entire layout. And now it's going to save everything we just did. Now there's a little bar over here that will say clear previous layout. If you uncheck that and you save it, when you go to load this layout that we just created, it'll try to load the old layout and the new layout at the same time. So what I would suggest is if you want to keep the old layout, label them different labels. Right here is where you can label it. So right now it says layout, and we can call it test driver layout. All right. And we're going to save it to the cloud. That's it. Boom. It's saved. So now we can get rid of all this stuff here. Pretend like we just loaded the whole app. I'm not going to do that right this moment. And we're going to come to File, Load from Cloud. And there it is right there. We'll expand this a little bit again. All right. Bring it center. So here you see test driver layout. Double click. There you have it, sports fans. That whole layout that we just created is right there. And you can add whatever windows you want to it. Window shop all through the channel bar. What you see here. If you got a friend that uses Trade Ideas and they share a scan with you through the cloud, you can add that to here. If any of you join Barry's room, he shares everything he has for scans. If you ask any of us, that are traders that are in support, we're happy to share any scans that we have with you. It's a simple cloud link share. There are some videos to go over those kinds of things. So I won't go into too much detail to confuse any of you on that at the moment. But that's essentially it. Um, the beautiful part with the cloud is it's our cloud, it's on our servers. So if your computer melts down for whatever reason, all your stuff is saved. That's it. You got it right there. Now, I personally save everything also to my local drive. If you go to File, Save Layout, Load Layout, you can find that right here for yourself on your local drive. When you have markings, like you see these horizontal lines that I've got that I've drawn on the charts, those won't carry over to a cloud save. So that's why I save locally as well. File, save layout. I'm not going to save this one right now, but you can see I have a different list of layouts. I've got, this is my regular default layout. I have a pre-market layout that I like. I have my support layout. I have a test layout that's here. So, keep them saved in both spots. It gives you a whole, gives you a whole lot of safety where everything is saved. I don't know if you have your own personal external hard drives. You could save it on that as well. Give yourself a third backup, anything like that. So now, Mar, you were asking about, you want to see my personal layout. So this is my personal layout. I'll load it here for you. And then I'll scoot back and forth across the screens because there's no way for me to show it in one screen. We go to default layout for me. And here you go. I gotta, sorry, do some juggling now because I won't be able to see you guys typing to me. Yeah, it's, what's funny is I was getting tripped up on it for a while, and at the beginning I was like a lot of other traders where I was, everything that didn't work the way I wanted it to, I was blaming it. Oh, well, this isn't doing this, and that's why I have losing trades, and this isn't doing that, and that's why I have losing trades, and so I was like, well, oh, all these studies that I put on the chart for pivot lines are not staying there, so this is costing me, and really it was nothing more than me just not being able to follow any set of, not having a real trading plan. Um, But when someone showed me that about the local drives and saving that there, it's nice to have when you're doing work on charts and you want to have them carry over. Like I said, just save them on the local drives. So this is, so you're looking at this layout here. I have Holly here. This is her actual trades. This is the strategies windows. This is all the strategies that she came to today with. You can see a win percentage for each of those strategies here, the profit factor for each of those strategies here. I have an earnings window. I don't even really pay attention to it anymore. I could probably get rid of that window. I have these consolidation scans. This is a gap down and reverse consolidation scan. These two consolidation scans, the difference is an RSI filter that's in them. And then this is an alert window that's linked to my liked symbols list. I created a whole symbols list. I edit it every so often to get rid of stuff that's not now in the realm of what I'm looking for in a trade, but this will only alert to symbols in that list if they meet certain criteria in the list. And this is a top list, and this cycles through those symbols on that list every 30 seconds. And no filters have to be required because I have no filters in it. I just sort from the biggest change from close percent on all those things. So these are all the stocks that I have been interested in and may or may not have been in and out of on some swing trades. So what I've done, one of the things that I do with trade ideas that I found has made things a lot easier for me is to kill the noise. Less windows is better. Less stocks coming through is better. Look at what's in the uptrends that I like, the type of patterns that I like. Get the support lines, the pivot lines, resistance lines, whatever you want to call, and make my actions according to what my trading plan, my personal trading plan is. That's not a trade ideas thing. A trading plan, it's what you hear people talk about, what gets you in a stock, what gets you out of a stock, how I'm share sizing, things like that. If you can't answer those questions, you're gambling. So is this the most efficient layout for me? Yes, currently this is the most efficient layout for me. I probably update my layout, I'll say every 3 months or so. This one will probably stick for a while. I just happen to leave these windows that I don't need because, I don't know, whatever. They're just there. They don't affect anything. It doesn't bother me. So that's one screen, though. Now I have a second screen that I'm going to share with you. Sorry, I have to bring up to change screens on you. So now this is my second screen. This was the original screen I had you guys on earlier. Now I keep a static chart of the SPY over here. It's a 15-minute chart. I can see multiple days from it. This is a single stock window monitoring the SPY so I can see its 1 minute, 5 minute, 15-minute volume. The VWAP is here, stock twits, some stuff like that. Change percentage since January 1st. This is my price alerts, my trade ideas price alerts. So if I get a stock that I'm watching, you can see it trigger in the symbols or in the price alerts there. Hi, great to hear. I have a question. Can you link a strategy with a broker like Sterling so based on strategy, computer do the trade? Yes and no, Nick. You can link it, but right now you can only link with interactive brokers. And you can set up auto trading through interactive brokers using Trade Ideas and our Brokerage Plus module. There are other brokers on the way. Sterling is not one of them, though. The brokers that are closest right now are TD Ameritrade with Thinkorswim and E-Trade, but there is no timetable for either one of those. So right now, Interactive Brokers is the one and only. It's clunky, but they're the ones that we could get API access from first. So that last window you saw me just delete there, Mar. That's my evening scan window that I don't leave on my regular layout. That's my one window that I use when the market closes to scan for stocks that I'm interested in. So yeah, that's the price alerts window. Obviously, you can see I keep my channel bar over here, my toolbar up here, and then this T list over here is my sectors analysis list. This is just a list of the ETFs that I like to watch, find relative for sectors. Got your pot stocks, silver. This is your semiconductors here. SMH again, semiconductors, junior silver miners, coal. Yeah, of course, Nick. If you're interested, Nick, we are doing our test drive currently. It's kind of why I'm doing this, is to help out test drivers, have questions, kind of ease the learning curve for them. So if you're interested, we're doing our test drive. It's going to be open for 2 weeks starting tonight. It'll have 10 full trading days, and it's $9 to do the test drive. It gives you full access to everything we do. So if that's something you're interested in, let me pull up, get you a link for it. And like I said, it's $9 for that time. That's just to cover the exchange fees for us. And let's see here. I'll get you that link if you're interested. So that right there. So you click that link, follow the instructions. There's been a bug up with some people where it's trying to tell them it's going to auto enroll them in a subscription. I promise you it will not auto enroll you in any subscription. If somehow you happen to be the only person that happens to, we would cancel it and refund your money on the auto renew of a subscription. But at the end of the test drive, if you're just not interested, just let it die, let it run. That's the end. You like it, you wanna subscribe. Let us know. We'll get you a link. Usually we have some kind of discount code going on also for the first month or the first year. We get you a code for that too. If you're interested. So you click that link, follow that. I'm here if you're getting a hang up in the checkout part of that. Let me know. See if I can walk you through the rest of it. So what time do I start? I'm not sure what you mean. What time do I start? I'm kind of here after hours on my own. This is outside of company hours. I'm just on this. What time do I have to finish work? You mean tonight? I'm on my own schedule. Probably wrap up sometime in the near future to spend a little time with my kid again. But I'm here for a little bit to answer some questions and whatnot. She's entertaining herself on her iPad. So, but I'm on after company hours. I'm in New York, and I started this morning at about 6:30 this morning on the desk from home, and I've been here basically all day. So, but the software changed my life. I knew nothing about trading 3 years ago, and here I am. I to measure myself for anybody that wants to know, am I a successful trader? I was a full-time restaurant worker for 26 years. That's where I made all my living. I've done every job you can imagine in a restaurant with the exception of owning one. And now I work just a day or two a week in the restaurant, and here I am. I do work for Trade Ideas, but I trade. So I'm not one of those gurus that you see is making $100,000 a day. Personally, I think they're all bullshit. Every one of them's a liar. That's just my opinion. The real traders out there aren't the people that are talking about stuff like that. So yeah, put your bed. Kids to bed or whatever, Nick. I'll hang around for a little bit here, as long as people are interactive here with me on the chat. So you do what you got to do, and I'll try to stick around for you. So I get back to what I'm talking about with my layout. So this is my sectors list, like I said. So basically, what I did is I created a symbols list, and I linked that symbols list to this top list here, so it will only look at those stocks. So how I did that, if anybody's wondering, is I come to Tools, and we go to just in case, Nick, what I'll do is if I step away from the stream, I'll leave the stream running and live. You just come back and hit me up in chat, and I'll check on it once in a while. I don't go to bed late, so I don't have any problem leaving the stream running. And if I'm stepping away and people are asking questions, I come back and answer the questions. So back to doing a symbols list. And I mean, this just, rabbit hole after rabbit hole of trade ideas that you can get down. You click tools and we come to symbols list. And here you can see I have these symbols list. So one is my holdings. These are stocks that I've actually traded recently. Avid and X, two stocks that I traded. Still own shares of Avid. I got out of X today. I didn't like that it couldn't get through a resistance line at $10.20, so I said that was enough of that for me. I'll take my profits and walk away for the weekend. So, but with that said, so the symbols list always will automatically load stocks that you're trading. If you're using anything through our platform, you're linked through our platform with your brokerage platform. Then I have my liked. So these are all symbols here in this my liked that essentially I clicked on the heart in the charts and it loads them into this list here. And you can see the heart up in my SPY in this corner here. By clicking that, it'll add it to your liked. By unclicking it, it'll take it away. So if I click it, you're going to see, hold on one moment, you're going to see that that turned red in that corner, that heart. And that means I liked it. Not only did I like it, but now I know that I liked it on November 6th, 2020 at 8:42 p.m. my time. So it's another way to keep track of saying, oh, when did I like that stock? When when did that come across my scanner and I liked it? And then you have a record. Hey, that's when I liked it. It's just more great ways to keep track of what you're doing. It's like almost like an auto journal in a sense. You hear a lot of traders say, keep a journal, keep a journal, keep a journal, especially for new traders. So that I'm going to unlike that because it's not a stock that I want on that list. So for my sector list, what I did is I went to create new list, and then I labeled it and I called it sector analysis. All right. And then I pressed OK, and it came up and it gives me a window like this. And I manually went through and I typed in every one of these. So I typed in a symbol, pressed return or enter, whatever you want to call it. Then I added the next one, the next one, the next one, the next one. And then at the end, when I had all those there, I clicked OK, and that was my symbol list. Okay. After you update a symbols list, click refresh from server so that it updates it there. You can get out of here now. And in the top list, what I did is I went to right click, I went to configure. And you can see on this window here, you have all these tabs, and I went to the symbols list tabs. And what I did was I said instead of following all symbols, I clicked it off this drop menu and said only the follow lists. That's it, just here, only the following lists. So I clicked only the following lists, and I came here to add list, and I found sector analysis right here. And by clicking that, that gave me this right here, that list, and I put a check mark in it. And so that's it. That's all this is. And I click OK, and that's it. That's all this top list now will follow is the list in that symbol. So I've narrowed it down, so I don't have to worry about anything else populating there. It never will, as long as I leave it like that. So, that's how I narrow down that. And then I show you my last monitor here. And there's not much there. Just this one thing here. First off, you're going to see the OBS go nuts, but so let's get that off of there. That's my Thinkorswim app. Let's get rid of that. All right. And so here, this is a compare count window, a set of compare count windows. Essentially, this shows me kind of what the big kits are doing when the stock market opens. So I have it set by this top one is looking at sub 2 billion movers on market cap. This is 2 to 4 billion. This is a lower than 4 billion, and this is greater than 5 billion on the market caps. And essentially what this does is this will tell me buy to sell ratios from those big kids. And what I like to do, and one of the other educators and traders here taught me, is after about 15 minutes that the market is open, you start to see a direction usually. You get a good idea anyways. And you can see, The more green this is, are we getting more buy or are we getting more sell from the big kids? And that's how I use that. And that's the only thing that's on this third monitor. And so that's essentially a walkout of my entire layout for you. So, very simple layout as far as a lot of users are concerned. And like I said, I don't even use half of I won't say half. There's three or four windows on there, three or four alert windows that I just don't need. Like I said, they're there because I'm lazy. I guess I have no other reason. I guess to entertain me when I'm bored at my desk and there's nobody to help in chats or anything like that. So, um, anyways, that's my tutorial on my layout. Um, Fire some questions at me, guys. Oh yeah, you're welcome, Scott. Oh, I'm glad you find that helpful. Excellent, excellent. That's what I'm here for, trying to soften the blow, if you will, on Monday, both for us because we're going to be flooded with tickets. It's hard to get to everybody at the same time, especially because there's only really, um, besides myself, four other traders that do tech support for Trade Ideas. There's really only four other traders at Trade Ideas, anyways. And everybody else is either dev or regular tech support. So, when we start getting, we got 4, 5, 600 people signed up for a test drive. It's a lot of questions coming in for us to handle. So the more I can knock out on a night like tonight, it'll make it easier so you guys can get the most out of your 2 weeks, of course, and makes it easier for us. Do I search for news if a stock pops on a scanner? Not really. I used to, scramble. Oh, what's the news? Why is this, so much volume? Oh, that big bar. Oh, the news, 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 news. By the time the move has happened, the news is out. Everybody knows it. It's not, you know what I mean? And odds are there are people on the inside world that knew it before us, anyways. So, to trade the news. What I do as far as news is concerned is if there's things that are in play that I like, I'll look at the news. I'm not scrambling for it, but is it news that's sustainable? If it's I'm very cautious with bio stocks because you never know when one is going to just absolutely tank overnight because of some bad news like no other. Um, but it's not to say that I won't take a swing position in one. I just, like I said, very small, very cautious. But if it's phase one news that's moving the stock, then that's for day traders, for scalping, for pump and dump nonsense. If you got some kind of big phase three or some kind of new breakthrough drug or new medical device, well, then that's some sustainable news. There will be an initial move, and then that might be news that sustains the stock to continue to move. So that's how I would consider the news. You know what I mean? But if you're trading the news, you're probably more or less a quick intraday scalp or something like that, and that's not my game plan whatsoever. I've found myself to be very, very, very unsuccessful at that kind of trading. So I just don't do it. Um, so I don't know if who is it? Oh yeah, you're away from the computer, so I won't. You're putting kids to bed, so I won't harass you right now, Nick. I'll ask you when you get back. Um, so that's it. And here I'll show you real quick on the single stock window. We have news. It's just Google. It's Google's news. It's news that everybody else gets. You know what I mean? But here it is. Anything that has to do with a stock, you'll find here. It's not some Bloomberg terminal you're paying $2,000 a month for, or whatever the hell they charge, or some BS like that. But I don't think any of that stuff is really necessary. Unless maybe if you're some big fund manager or anything like that. But that's not what I'm doing for sure. So fire some questions, guys. Fire some questions. I'm here. I can't get this to size properly. fix it another time. Come on, someone's got to have a question out there. Can you show us your colored rows on the sector analysis? You're just talking about like the green to red gradient, Mar? Just want to make sure before I dive down the rabbit hole that there's this here. How do I color it? This is just the default how it comes colored. So because I sort from change percent on close, that's how it goes. So the ones with the biggest change percent on close are going to be in the darkest green. As that percent goes down, you can see 9.5% here on MJ from yesterday's close. As you can see, as that goes down, you're going to see the gradient change. So you start to get to the negative numbers that go red. You can change it. I don't really play around with it. Anything that I have is defaulted the way it is, just from when I created the scan, with the exception of this earnings one here. I actually got this from Barry, that runs the trading room, and this is how it came. I just decided to never mess with it. Just my, I just don't need to. So yeah, but that's the parameters. Is that this change percent here? And what you can do is to change that if you want. We can come into properties and we go to select colors. All right. And you got that right here. And you can see the color scheme right here. And you got all the colors to choose from. And then you see that I'm filtering it by change from close. So that's how it knows what to give the colors to. So, I can change that to price, spread, bid, whatever, any of these things here. But that's not how I sort. But you're welcome to, if you want to do it change from open. You can find that here I think we can look here. Change from open. So there's change from open dollars or change from open percent, and I could change that. So by clicking that, that's the filter it's going to give me that it's working with in here for the colors, and I can choose the color scheme from there. And so I think that should answer your question. If not, let me know, and let's see what I'm missing. So, all right, let me work backwards on that for you, Nick. Um, as far as like a scanner for the pre-market, I don't really use alert windows in the pre-market. I use topless. Um, the earliest you can see stocks with us, our top list will populate data at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. The charts will populate data at 7 a.m. Eastern Time. I know for some people they consider that late. I apologize. I have been banging and banging on the development crew to get us data earlier. Um, they tell me they're working on it, and that's the best I can say. Not by my design or my choice. I know that there are people that want data at 4 o'clock in the morning, but that ain't helping. So I can change the minus one, two, three. Yep, that's exactly it, Mar. You got it. You can change that color gradient how you want to set it up, how you want to look at it. But that's how that goes as far as our data goes. Um, so I use all top list essentially. That's just what I like to do, and I'm going to bring up my pre-market layout for you here. I forget how it's saved on the screens. Pre-market stream. Let's do this here. see what that gives me. All right, yeah, so this is a good pre-market layout to look at for you here. Um, all topless. So I have a global sectors watch just to see what the overnight markets were doing elsewhere. Here's earnings again. Now this is a multi-strategy alert window for pre-market. You can get this window out of our pre-market channel. This up gappers, down gappers, same thing, pre-market channel. This big cap one here, this is something that's looking at big cap movers I have set for the pre-market. There's my sector analysis again. And this is a low float window. I don't really trade low floats like that anymore, but when I was attempting to do so. So this is essentially how it works for the top list. And I think the top lists are personally is what I like as far as looking at pre-market stuff. What you can do is you come and you right click it and configure. Okay. Okay, so yeah, you can set it to whatever cap that you want. So if we were to go cap, here you go, market cap, and you can select that as a filter. And so we go select, add filter. All right, and now that brought us to the Windows specific filters, and here it is here. I can set a minimum and a maximum value on that filter, and I can decide how I want to, or you can decide how you want to look at minimum and maximum market caps like that. What I'm doing in this window here as far as this goes is I'm looking for stocks that are from 50 cents to $30. This is a hack that I put in here, the earnings per shares, so I don't get any ETFs, just in case. I have a floats here, so maximum float that I'm looking at is 50 million in the float. The stock has to trade at least 5,000 shares at this point in the day, and that is it. That is all that scan is going to look for. People get tripped up. We have what's called a relative volume filter. See this right here, relative volume. That cannot be used in the pre-market. If you put a value in there, you will not get pre-market data. It will omit it. It cannot read pre-market data. That's how relative volume works, or at least our relative volume. So it gets people hung up. So that's how that scan is set. And then the other thing you have to do is set it to live always. So we go to right click and we see time frame here, and see I have live always checked. All right. And then I can go to live during market hours. So right now I have it set to live always. It's going to probably tell me if I expand it, it's going to give me the time frame right now because, market data stopped at 8 o'clock. Here we go. So 8 o'clock, it went from 7:59 and 31 seconds to 8 o'clock because topless update every 30 seconds. They cycle from the server every 30 seconds. And so that's how that goes. So that's if I was just looking at it during live. That's looking at it live always. So that's how you get pre and post market data. If I go to live market, live during market hours only, I click that instead. Now you see 4:01 to 4:01 and 30 seconds, and that was the last time of live market data during active market hours that updated, and that's it. And we're done there. You can create however you want, so I'll just walk you through this real quick here if you want to see. So what we do is to create a new top list, you come to new here on your toolbar or whatever you want to call this here, taskbar. So we go new and we select top list, okay? And now it brings us to a configure window here, all right? And so right now that brought us on at the beginning, it brought us to just what the strategies. These are like some predefined strategies and crap like that. I'll be honest, I've never really gone through them. I don't really know what's in there. I know that my liked symbols and my other lists are there, but I've never gone through these folders. I've never had the need to, but you're welcome to explore, of course. But right now, these are the settings for the top list when I load, the default settings that I have. So it just has price. So minimum price is $1, max is 500, and I have 5-day volume average, which I had set at a default of 150,000 shares over 5 days. So what I can do is I'll first, when I'm building a new list, I come to window specific filters, okay? And I'm going to hide all the unused ones to clean up some of the junk. I don't really trade stocks that high, so let's just pretend that I'm looking at stuff for $50 and under. So boom, max price is $50. We'll leave it at $1 for fun, although I don't trade stocks that cheap in general. And another great feature that's in here on this Windows specific filter is this magnifying glass we call our Show Me tool. So by clicking that on the price there, watch this. Show me stocks where the price is between $1 and $50. Now watch this. I got the minimum and maximum values up here. I'm going to change that to 5. And now show me where the price is between 5 and 50. See how easy that is? Boom, I click OK and it's saved over to here. And so now it takes some of the guesswork, like, well, how is that gonna show me that? Or how's that gonna work when I get out of the scan? Now you know, it's just that simple. So, we can come here afterwards because this is obviously just a snapshot, a small snapshot of our filters. We come here to search, and this has every filter that we have default available to you. There are some custom filters that can be built if we have the data points for them. I do not write custom filters myself personally. It is possible to do if you shoot us an email to info@trade-ideas.com. We'll try to help you with that the best we can if there's a data point for a custom filter you're looking for. If not, we'll tell you no, sorry. But with that said, now I can come through here. Let's expand this so we can look at a lot of real estate on it. And here we go. All these filters in here, today's range in percent, 2-minute range dollar wise, 2-minute range percent wise, and this is not a small list. As we scroll down here, we'll just scroll slowly here. There's a few options filters, consecutive candle filters, change percent in dollars filters, distance from VWAPs filters, and those other numbered VWAPs are anchored, predetermined anchored VWAPs. It's a Brian Shannon tool that we got from him. You have distance from pivot lines. The pivot lines work on previous days support and resistance. So R being resistance, S being support. Change from close filters, position in previous days and post-market ranges, different change in years, 10, 5, 20-day filters. The list goes on and on and on. There's RSI. This is a little bit on Bollinger Bands that we have. Some different SMA filters that we have. Some SMA filters, 8 SMAs versus 20 SMAs, 20s versus 200s, consolidation filters in days, positions and consolidations, held by institutions, held by insiders, cash ratios, cash to debt ratio. Sorry, that's just cash on hand for the company, current debt, current assets. And that kind of brings us towards the end here. You got earnings dates, PG ratios, price earnings ratio, quarterly earnings growth. These ones down here are a few customs that I have. I have to clean that up because some of them are BS. They're not actually anything. So, those are all the filters that we offer here with Trade Ideas. And so, anyways, I also have a PDF doc. Nick, if you shoot an email over to info@trade-ideas.com and you ask for a PDF doc on the pre-market stuff, it's a doc that'll tell you what will and will not work during the pre-market for filters and alerts. Just that's a little guide there as far as that goes. Now the same concept, starting a new topless window, we do the same thing with an alert window. New alert window brings us the same thing. The big difference, I did some scanners but still working on them. Also like to back test them. What is a good strategy return? Gotcha. So let me just hit you real quick on this real quick here on the alert windows, just to show you similarities and differences on the top list, and then I'll get to some back testing. So here, the big difference with the alert and top list windows is the top list don't need an event to happen. The alert windows do. So here, where we had all the filters at the beginning, we have these events, these alerts, and this will only alert you to the stock if all the filters are met and this event happens is occurring also. So a new high, a new low, a new ask high, a new bid low. And I'm not going to go through all of them, but you have, new pre-market highs, new pre-market lows, post-market highs and lows. You have all these different kinds of events, check mark, inverted check mark, trading above, trading below, offer stepping down, crossed above and below opens, You have sector breakouts. You have high relative volumes, 1 minute volume spikes, unusual number of prints running up, down, all these. So you can select these alerts and then put them in combination with all those filters. And then instead of cycling every 30 seconds, those stocks will pop up as the alert and filter set are met. And then on top of that, sometimes you might have an alert window that's really, really, really busy. And you're like, well, I don't need it to tell me that same stock 5,000 times. It's just, that's a pain in the neck. What you can do is let's do this. We're going to make a BS alert window real fast. Okay. So what you can do in the alert window is essentially tell it, don't repeat. So if we right click and we go to property and we're going to go to actions, and you can see here, whoops, sorry, wrong one. That's for sounds. Right click, properties, don't repeat. Now we have this don't repeat. So I have don't repeat checked, and right now it's don't repeat the symbol for a minute. But I can, first off, I can get rid of don't repeat period. So if something's coming through every second, I'm going to see it every second. Or I can say don't repeat for 1 minute, 5 minute, 15 minute, for an hour, for a day, or never repeat the stock ever again in this window. And this way it can calm down that noise where you can say, all right, I got it. Tesla's hitting the scanner. I only needed one alert from it. I'm watching it from here on. It made the alert. So, it's just ways you can increase or decrease your noise. So we'll get down to back testing for you real quick here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring up something that I've been back testing. I stopped back testing it a few weeks ago. I got kind of busy with some stuff, but I'm trying to create a swing scan that I can run a bot with. I've never really done it before, but I'm trying to do it. So we're going to go to load from cloud and swing scan test. I hope this is the right one that I've been working on. And so that just brought up this window here. What I want to do is I'm going to get rid of all these other windows for now because a lot of noise going on that we don't need. And so we can focus on the window at hand. Is there already a halt alert in a channel somewhere? No, you got to make it yourselves. So that's super, super simple to make, Scott. All you do is create a new alert window, look for halts and resumes, add them as your alerts, and make sure they're checked on the alerts part of it, and that's it. So what you would do is real quick. So we have an alert window here, Scott. We go to the configure. We're going to go to search. We go to search here, halt. All right, there's a halt. We're going to add that alert, okay? Brings me over here to selected alerts. You click, you select it. Now we're going to go to resume. Assuming you want the resume with the halts. Resume, there's our resume. Click resume, add alert. We're going to click that too. And now you don't want any other filters. Maybe you do, but you can get rid of all the other filters for that. And so it only alerts you when stocks are halting and resuming if we did it like that. I obviously don't want that, so I'm going to unclick those. But it's super simple to get a halt resume window like that. So let's get out of all this here. And so now, so Nick, here we go. This is configure. So we go to right click. And so far, these are all the filters that I have added. And this is the one alert. I'm looking for new highs. All right, there's the alert that I have checked. And now a summary. Just give you a quick synopsis of what this scanner is doing right now. So it stocks between $8 and $16.99. Got to have 250,000 shares a day for the last 5 days as an average. Today it has to be at least 75,000 shares to hit the scanner. The volatility, meaning that the percent that the stock is moving, is no more than 2.39%. And all these filters, the reason I have these numbers is from back testing and optimizing. So I'll get to that in a minute. But all that I have here for all these filters, I was sitting there for days and days and days and running the back tester and then optimizing every single filter and pulling filters out that I wasn't even using and then looking at the data on the back test of those filters. So what I did essentially is I started with the basic scan and I went right click and I went to back test strategy and I set these parameters. At first I had it wide open where my start time was all the way at the beginning here. So let's start it at 9:30 and I ended at that.
And because I'm doing it as a swing scan, I had it set for the day after tomorrow. The selling on the open the day after tomorrow. That's how I set it. I don't set any risk parameters for it for now. I'm not there for trying to do that. There's no advanced stuff that I need to be showing anybody here, but I have it set to backtest 65 market days, which is basically 3 months in the market. Here's a summary of what I'm backtesting. So we're going to initiate the trades between 9:30 a.m., 4 p.m. We're going to close the trade out on the open after 1 days of holding. No stop loss, no profit target, no advanced exits, and we're going to simulate buy. And now this is going to run a back test here. And let's see how this ends up testing. I think this might be one of the back tests I was running that wasn't as good as it had. Plus, I've not run this back tester in several weeks. It was testing pretty good before we got choppy before the elections. We're going to let the back tester run. We're going to look at the numbers. And I'll just do a quick piece on some of this. So I don't know if there's anybody new that's coming to the channel while the back tester's running. I am showing off trade ideas, stock scanning software. We've got our test drive going on. If anybody's interested in the test drive, it's $9. Get 2 weeks access, full access to everything that Trade Ideas has to offer. And you can sign up if you are ever so interested with that link there. If you have any troubles walking through on the checkout, let me know. So there we go with all that. Just out of curiosity, Nick, were you already signed up for the test drive, or did you just sign up now after you came across this, Nick? Best way to create a scan for small cap with percent profit? Well, I would say just start building the scan. Go through the filters. Start looking at what filters you think you're interested in. Add those filters. Um, oh, you're already a Trade Idea subscriber, Nick? So you're a premium subscriber already. Oh, okay, cool. Very good, very good. Okay. Um, So there we go. That's finishing that back test. So, but what I was saying, Nick, is just start with a scan. Start adding some filters. Trial and error. That's what I did when I started doing anything. Think about what I'm looking for. Find the filters that are going to help me what I'm looking for. Just throw some values in it. Then back test it right off the bat, just pure and raw. Then what we do is we start coming to our optimizer. So we can see right here. Let's get rid of. I don't pay commissions on trade, so I can get rid of that. Um, why that is doing that like that? Okay, there we go. I think it has to have a value there. Sorry, that might be something in our last build. All right, 0, 0. All right, because now this is giving me an equity curve. Um, I guess I could use the commission share here as slippage. So let's just pretend for 1 second. Let's give it 3 cent slippage. All right. So now we have our slippage curve. And we have our non-slippage curve. I'm not paying commissions, so I don't have to worry about that. And this is what this has done. If my starting revenue was at 50,000, that's what the scan has done recently. It was much, much nicer. Do I use Holly on a daily or weekly? What I do with Holly personally is I go through her alerts and I look at the charts on a daily and weekly charts more or less, and I see how they fit my swing trading criteria. You know, sometimes it seems like Holly is like she's looking under the hood of something and she gets something when it's starting early before everybody else sees it. So that's what I try to look for with her. I don't really use her for day trading anymore. I tried to, as I've gone through a few times in this. I'm not very good at day trading. I don't follow my written rules of day trading well. My discipline was lacking in day trading. I wouldn't share size properly, and I would always I just wouldn't follow my stops. I'd get out early on my stop, or or I'd let it blow by my stop and remove my stop, and instead of losing $50, I'm losing $100. I just didn't have the discipline for day trading. That's kind of how it worked for me. So I'm using Holly to see what she's looking at, why she's looking at it, maybe what that sector's doing, and is that something I might have a run in it. So how do you know what is the best volume? Yeah, I'm more of a swing trader. I really just converted to swing trading about 2.5 months ago, 3 months ago, something like that. Um, I went to swing trading because if you look at RUN, Run, Snap, JKS, Marvell, any of those stocks, I owned every one of those stocks through the summer, and I always seemed to let them go right before they made a big run up. And so if I had share size smaller, like I'm doing now, and just held them, uh, I'd be probably buying a new house right now. But I didn't do that, and that's why I moved to swing trading, to be honest. It's with swing trading, I can take smaller share size, have a much wider stop, and I can let my winners run much easier. So best way for volume for slippage. Um, you're gonna have to base that, Nick, based on what kind of stocks you're trading. If you're trading stuff that's moving real fast and real whippy, you're gonna want to really increase that slippage allowance. You know what I mean? If you're trading, and also what your spreads are looking like. You know what I mean? If you're trading stuff that has 5 cent or less spread, no big deal. You know what I mean? You're trading stuff that's got 20, 30, 40. You're trading things like Apple or something like that that's got massive spreads on it. Tesla, the SPY. You're going to want to put a big slippage amount in there, basically. Um, so, with that said, um, that's for small. So yeah, so I would trial and error a little bit with this commissions. This one here, you're going to want to try to use for the you're going to want to try to use this bottom one, commission share here. Um, you're going to want to try to use that, figure how that's going to work into your slippage. I don't think I'm using it right here. I don't really calculate for slippage like that, because I feel like that's a big. I don't think I would see that much of a difference in my equity curves, to be honest with you. Um, yeah, I mean, we could throw it at zero. Like I said, I had it at zero a moment ago. So there it is. So that's what this thing is doing. So now we can get into the beginning of optimization here. All right. So this is if we were pretending the scan was raw, which it's not. Um, yeah, you're very welcome, Mar. So we go to optimization. Now we can look at price intervals, and I can break this price interval down. So right now, it's a price interval of $1 I'm looking at, but I can make that be 50 cents. Okay, so there's a price interval breaking everything down by 50 cents for what this strategy is looking for. So as we discussed, the strategy starts at $8, it ends at $16.99. All right. We can also look at time of day. So we had this trade wide open, and we can see right here, anything after 2 o'clock in the afternoon sucks. And it looks like not a great win percentage before 10 o'clock. I will say this, who I call the master of back testing and auto trading, or strategy optimization, Bonpara. That's Michael Noss, who works for Trade Ideas. He has a YouTube channel called Bonpara, Bonpara, Bonpara. I'm going to put his name in the chat here. You're going to want to check him out. Give him a plug. He's a great guy. You're going to want to go to this guy's channel on YouTube. And I mean, he's the man when it comes to back testing. And he will tell you that win percentage really isn't that meaningful. You want big fat profit numbers. If you got a win percentage that's 30%, but you got a profit factor of 5, all you're doing is, at that point, you're making a strategy that's cutting its winners or cutting its losers early and letting winners run. So you don't need a big win percentage. When you don't have to bet like that. So that's how that goes. But so we can optimize for time of day. Now we can go to other filters, and now that huge filters list that I had shown you earlier, whether you're building a top list or an alert list, that entire filters list is in this drop down menu. Everything. And you can select every one of these filters and then add values and optimize from there. So for example, I've got the volatility percent filter. So let's bring that in. Now I can see it, and I have it broken down to 0.2% on its interval. And that's how I figure this. That's how I figured what I wanted for my numbers here. Now these numbers have changed slightly over time, unfortunately, because the scan isn't testing the way it was a few weeks ago. But I suspect if we get back to an uptrend again, like we had leading into, let's say, the last week of October, it was testing much better. These numbers will come back again because of the way the scan works. But that this becomes a huge rabbit hole. And I've sat here for, I can't even tell you, hours and hours and hours until my eyes were bleeding bloodshot, going through every single one of these filters, changing SPY, just every little thing and how it breaks down, optimizing, and then adding. And then what you do is, after you figure things out, you want in or out to drop, you click here, go to alert window, and then I come back here into configure, and I go back to the Windows specific filter, and then I start adjusting those filters based on what I'm seeing in the optimizer back over here, and so I'm just changing those values just like that. So that's how the back testing and the optimizer works. Let's do this real quick. Let's see if I can find a more raw scan and see if we can quote unquote optimize it a little bit and show you how some of those will work. So let me just go into my cloud and see what I can find here. Swing scan, layout, breaking out on volume. No, I don't have one of the old versions of the swing scan, I don't think. Let me check one more thing here. File, load window, backups. Nah, sorry, I don't have an old one of those, but this is what we'll do. Let's go file, new alert window. And real quick, let's go to Windows specific filters, and we're just going to kind of make a generic scan real quick here. We won't go into real details what the scan is looking for, but all right, there's a very, very generic basic scan. What it's going to look for is a current relative volume. That means its average volume at that current period of time over the last 10 days. Has to done 300,000 shares today. In the last minute, we're seeing volume of percents of 500% over normal. 5 minutes is 300% of normal, and it has to be up at least 2% from the previous day's close. So that's our scan. All right, let's bring it over here. Jumped on the other window. And just give me 1 second here if you bear with me. Hold on 1 second. Sorry, I just had to check in on my daughter real quick. All right, so we got the scan here. That's our basic scan, and we're going to back test the scan. Let's see what it does. We're going to open it wide open. We're going to exit it. We're going to set it to exit for time of day, the end of the day, 4 p.m. All right, we're going to simulate the buy. And here we go. This is what it's going to do. And should go fairly quickly. And how many days do we back test this? I didn't check that. I apologize. Let's take a look. Almost done. 99.6. 90. It's a little slow because I am running a number of things here. We're getting there, and we back tested just real quick. Settings. We back tested. All right, so we back tested 30 market days, just in case. So that's what we're looking at. And actually, the last few days, that ended up not that bad, but we also look at this. You can see what we did the last few days and what we did in the market, and we took a big shot up there. So that is obviously not normal. That is what it is. So now we come to optimization, and we're going to look at prices, and we're not going to look at $500 interval prices. Let's look at $5. All right. And now we have it broken down, and we can look at all these prices here, and we can see what fat we can cut out. All right. And we can see how many trades each price slot made. One trade, one trade, one trade, one trade, two trades. You know, so let's come back to the window and let's narrow that down. 1 to 500. That seems to be a lot on the price range. That's not what we're trading. That's not what I'm trading. So let's go from price. Let's say we're looking at stocks that are $5 to $50. It gives us something reasonable to work with. So right there, we cut some stuff down. Now we're going to back test again. Let's open it wide up. Let's get full historical data. We're going back 3 months. Again, I'm going to selflessly plug that we are promoting the Trade Ideas test drive here. Gives you 2 full weeks access of trading, everything Trade Ideas has. I'm putting in some overtime to help either people that are signed up for the test drive, try to get people to join our test drive. If you are so interested in our test drive, here's a link for that. While that back tester is running, you go ahead and click that link. That'll get you to the page. It's $9. Just covers the exchange fees that we have to pay from the market providers, the NYSE, the NASDAQ. So if anybody's interested, go right ahead. Click that link. Get yourself signed up for the test drive. We're almost there. 99.2%. And this is where the hang up comes, We're testing 3 months of market data. So I'm going to take a minute here to run down these last few trades here. But assuming anybody that's here is with me, if there's questions, start throwing them at me, and we'll try to answer them as we're going along in this optimization here. Oh, good Lord, that's slow. I apologize. There we go. Finally made it. All right. So now, not so great. Profit factor, 0.88%. Strategy return blows. Win percent, like I told you before, win percent's not a big deal. It's not a terrible win percent in all honesty. So now, so much opportunity and seems like unlimited functionality. It has a question for you. He'll be here in 5 minutes. He has a subscription with you guys too. All right, yeah. I'm hanging right now, Nick. So when he gets here, lay it on me for the questions. That's what I'm here for. So let's go back to optimization. We got a better price number to work with. So let's break this down. We got $5 intervals on price, and this whole thing is not working good anywhere on price intervals. So that's kind of tough to optimize there. So let's do this instead. Let's go to time of day, because right now we'd be cutting out almost all the price of all the stocks. Let's go to time of day. Same thing's happening here. So we know we're working with all these other filters here. We got this minimum change from close filter. So let's go to other filters and say to ourselves, all right, well, are we utilizing that minimum change from close filter? I don't know. So let's find out. Let's bring it up. So we're going to go change from close. It's somewhere in here. So there we go. Change from close percent. We got it. All right. Now we're getting somewhere. We don't want a 50 interval on that. That doesn't make any sense. So why don't we go to a 5% interval right now? Let's just see what that breaks down to. And now we can see got a lot of red going on here. Real bad profit factors. All right, not a lot going on here. So why don't we limit this to, we can see right here, let's call this the cutoff right here. So we don't want to see anything change from close beyond 14.99%. So let's go to the alert window. All right, and we're going to go to configure. All right, and here is our change from close. All right, and we're going to put a maximum because we just saw, as I was just saying, let me move this. We're going to get back at it real quick just so I can do this like this. We can see that over 14.99% change from close, not so great. We're not looking so great. There's some green numbers, but those green numbers don't justify all the red that we got to sit through. So once again, we're going to go back, configure, Windows specific filters, and we're going to put a max of 14.99% in there. That's all we changed on this, all right? That's it. That's our one change for right now. Let's go back to summary. We got our numbers, our basic numbers right there. And now we are going to run this back tester again. Here we go. Everything else, we're running exactly the same as we did before. We're just cutting some stuff. We're cutting some fat, as we can call it. All right. So there we go. Some fat's cut. Let's see how this runs. And if you know, I see there's 13 people watching. I'd like to assume there's 13 people paying attention also. So, anybody else in here has some stuff, they got some questions, throw them at me, guys. That's that's what I'm here for. And you can see this is cruising much faster because it had less data to go through by cutting that out. So now look at this. We went from a profit factor of 0.88 to 0.98. We had 3,800 trades. Now we got 3,400 trades. We're 44.7%. Now we're at 45.6%. You want the global market double B? Yeah, I'll get you that. Give me a moment here, and I'll get you the symbols list for it. You know what? It'll be easier if we do it this way, Double B. Can you email here? Email that right there, and just say you want that. That's what you're looking for, and I'll get you the symbols list for it. All right, what symbols I'm using, but I'll walk you through setting up the rest of the scanner here for right now. Okay, so and just give me one moment. I'll walk you through setting up that scanner. Then I'll email you the symbols list, and all you have to do is put that into your symbols list and link it to that top list. All right, so just bear with me a moment, Double B, while we just do a little more optimizing. So all right, we already see. Look at that change. So right there, simple optimization. Now we're going to come back to optimization and see if price, maybe we can cut some better fat from the price. Still not enough fat to cut because we don't want to lose this right now, right in here. And there might be a way to get these numbers and here look better. We do want to drop that. That absolutely we want to get rid of, you know. But let's see where else we can optimize. It's a little better first. So time of day. Let's go back to time of day. Still nothing to optimize on this time of day right now. Nothing flying there. It's just cutting too much. So let's see what other noise we can cut down. Let's come back to the other filters. And well, we had that change from close. Let's take a look at that change from close one more time real quick. So, where are we? Change from close, so many filters. And this is why you'll start to get bloodshot red eyes doing this, is looking at all this stuff here. Change from close percent. All right. So, now we're looking at change from close. Did I do that right? Percent. So, this change from close here, not looking so great there, but that's a lot to cut out. So let's not mess with that filter from right now. Let's look at the 1 minute volume filter. Let's see what that can do. So I know where that filter is. That's down here somewhere. That's how many times I've done this. 1 minute percent volume. We don't want to look at 500,000. Let's look at let's do it in percents of 50. So there we go. We open that up. All right. And let's see. Shoo, that's a hefty number there. So why don't we throw a maximum on here somewhere? Where do we start to see it really fall apart? Great question, Chris. Let's say that we start to see this thing kind of fall apart. Let's call it a cutoff of a max of, this looks like a good number. Let's call it at 2,300. We're going to call our max. All right, just see what it does here. So let's go back to here. We're going to go to configure again. We're going to go to Windows specific filter, and we are going to look at the 1 minute volume filter. Where are you, 1 minute volume filter? Let's hide these unused ones. 1 minute volume, and let's call it a 2300 max on that percent. Again, show me. So show me stocks where the volume in the last minute is between 500 and 2300% of normal. We're done. I don't know that this is going to make this scan better, but we're going to try it real quick here. We're going to compare the numbers once again. So here we go. Now we've changed it. Run the back tester. Simulate the buy. And let's see what we get. We're going to bring this summary back up, and we're going to compare all three. And I don't think we did a whole lot better. Well, let's just take a look. Like I said, rabbit hole here. Point 0.7, 0.8, 0.9, and we are complete. And that did not help us. Profit factor dropped a touch. We dropped a touch. We dropped some more of these here, but the overall equity curve, 47,335, 48. So that part of the optimization, it didn't do us any justice. So let's do this. We got it at that there. Why don't we bring it to the downside? Because we didn't get those numbers before. Let's get rid of this. So we changed around the 5-minute volume. We opened up the 1-minute volume to slower stocks possibly. And we're going to back test again. Go 95, 96, 97%, 98%, 99%. And again, doesn't look like we did ourselves any justice on this here. But essentially, this is how backtesting goes. And right there. We'll come back to optimization. All right. Now, just to show you how it can end up going, so let's just look real quick here. Time of day, intervals. Let's put it at a 5-minute interval. And you can see that the stocks that did the best actually were early in the day. So just we can manipulate numbers real fast here. And now watch this on the back, this next back test. We can see that stocks that were traded from 9:30 in the morning to 9:34 in the morning, this is what they did. All right. So let's just do this on this next back tester for fun. We are going to end this scan at 9:35. That's it. Stops buying at 9:35. And now let's compare this to all the other numbers. And look at that. We just got a big change. Sorry, I want to arrange these windows so we can keep comparing and contrasting. And now look at that. Our profit factor jumped to 1.22. We cut it down to 1,500 trades. 46% win percent, almost 47% win percentage. Projected annual return is 91%. Strategy return 17.5%. All right. Average winner was 70 cents. Average loser was minus 51 cents. So I hope this starts to give you an idea of exactly how this starts to go. Hi, Chris. This is Tim. I was wondering what I should pay more attention to on a strategy backtest. The win percent? No, you want to pay attention to this right here, Tim. You want profit factor. That is your most important number there. I was discussing a little bit ago, a gentleman named Bon Para is his nickname. He has a YouTube channel. He works for Trade Ideas. His name is Michael Noss. He is the man you want to listen to for backtesting and all that. Let me see something here. Open, link, and new tab. Copy. Copy link address. This right here, that is Bon Para, Michael Noss. That's his YouTube channel. You're going to want to subscribe to that if you are interested in backtesting, optimization, and automated trading. He is the man. I don't, there may be people better than him. I don't know them though if they exist. So that's who you follow. There's a lot of videos. I know he can drone on and stuff like that. A lot of technical stuff. He was a prop trader for a long time. He's done all kinds of algorithmic trading and stuff like that. And he'll be the first to tell you the reason that he moved to this kind of trading is because when the lights start flashing at 9:30 when the market opens, it wasn't his game. All these flashing numbers. So he found a way to help use a machine to help him trade better. That machine, trade ideas. On a momentum scan, should relative volume be set to no less than a 2 minimum? I don't. Um, I would say this, Don, on looking at for a momentum scan, maybe do a little back testing on it, but keep the back testing dialed down and play with those numbers on the relative volume. And you can't back test in the pre-market, Nick. I'm sorry. No. Uh, I'd like to tell you that's in the development pipe, but even if it was, it's so far down the line, it's not even. I wouldn't even want to say that. So, no pre-market backtesting at the moment. It's a whole other game for our data feed for pre-market and post-market. It's a more complicated set of data for us to deal with. So just to finish up for you, Don, on your question, maybe backtest, but when you're backtesting, don't open it up 65 days. Maybe keep it like a 10-day, 5-day, 7-day, somewhere in there, because that relative volume filter is taking an average of volume over the current period of time you're in at that moment over 10 days. So I think, especially with momentum, if you're talking about momentum scans that are usually people mean more intraday trading, that's how I would suggest using the relative volume is like that. Um, Obviously, higher numbers in the relative volume is going to give you, let's say, more commitment to buying at that point at least. But you can also find stocks that have a relative volume of 500 all the time, literally, and they don't move a penny in a day. So, you know, it's subjective. It's subjective, that question, in a sense, in that terms. But I would say you're definitely going to want a value of 2 is a healthy value to start at, and work from there. When I've done some momentum scans in the past, I've gone as low as 1.3. Um, but the other thing that you do cut yourself out with momentum scans and the relative volume is just, let's say that for some reason, at 10:30 the stock hadn't been trading much, and all of a sudden it makes a huge pop, but you're not going to see it because its relative volume is still small. But all of a sudden this thing is going off the charts, and by the time it hits your scan because of the relative volume, it's already made its move, and you missed it because your relative volume blocked you from seeing it. So that's how relative volume cuts both ways. So if something hadn't been moving and all of a sudden, boom, it's going to move. So I think the relative volume also plays more of a role of finding stuff that it already had trading going on in the pre-market, and now you're finding it in the live market continuing from the pre-market, in a sense, if that makes sense to you. At the same time, you have to keep in mind that the relative volume filter does not work pre-market. One other, how can I? But yeah, backtest pre-market. Yeah, so no, that doesn't go. So that's as much as I'm going to go down for the moment on the backtesting here. I got Double B wants that global market watch. Double B, are you still with me? I'm going to walk you through how to set the list up, and then I'm going to get you the symbol list after that. So if you're here, Double B, let me know. As long as you have volume alert for 1 minute, let's say 500%, that solve that. No, it wouldn't solve that, Don, because all the filter sets have to be met, not just one. So if you have the 1 minute volume at 500% and you have the relative volume at 3%, just because the 1 minute volume hit the 500%, if that relative volume is, let's say it's only humming at 1.3 and not at your 2 minimum, you're not getting the alert because the relative volume filter is blocking you from getting that alert. So again, Double B, let me know if you're here. Um, Yeah, that's so they work in combination with each other, Don. All those filter sets, so they all have to be met, whether it's a top list or it's an alert window. All right, Double B. So if you're with me, follow on my screen what I'm gonna do here. I'm gonna walk you through the first part of doing this whole thing. Um, Sorry, let me get all this junk out of the way now, so we can focus on that for you. So, all right, Double B. What I want you to do is I want you to go to Tools. No, I'm sorry, I lied. Don't go to Tools. Go to Top List. Okay? New Top List. I want you to go to Windows Specific Filters, and I want you to make sure that there is no filters with values. There can be filters. I want every filter with no value in it whatsoever. Okay? Let me know when you got a top list that's doing that. Okay? No filter values. And anybody else that wants to have global watch list, let me know, or just follow right along with this. And we're gonna create the actual scan, okay? And then you guys can email me, and I'll get you the list of symbols that I use, all right, through the email. I can't give you the symbols list here in this chat. Was the wiggle for? I'm sorry, I'm not sure on the question there. The wiggle there, Nick. So, all right, Double B, you got that, and you're at the same point that I'm at, Double B. You got a top list that looks exactly like this in the configure. Okay, now I want you to click OK. And of course, this is going to give you a million symbols, just like that. But that's fine. We're not worried about that right now. Okay? Now, I want you to go to Tools. All right? The back testing has the option that you can put of that wiggle. Yes. Um, we'll circle back to that. I'll show you again in a second. It's not something I've used, so you'll have to play with it a little bit yourself. The other thing you can also do is shoot an email to the email I shared up above, that info@trade-ideas, and ask how to put a wiggle in for that. And one of my colleagues that uses that a little bit more might be able to answer that question a little better than I can. So we're here, Double B. We're going to Tools, Symbols List. Okay? And you're going to go to Create New List, and you're going to call it Global Watcher. So Double B, do Global Watcher, just like that. You're going to click OK, and we just created a new one. It'll be empty. That's okay. All right. Now what you're going to do is you're just going to close this, okay? And you're going to right click this here. Why is it taking me out late than my stop? If you're using one of our advanced stop filters, they don't work. I have a huge gripe with why they're in there. The developers need to remove them. But if you're using a hard stop, it should work. If you're using a hard percent or hard dollar stop, it should be working. So Double B, we're going to, again, right click after we've made that symbols list. It's a blank symbols list. Right click and configure. Tell me when you're here in the configure. So are you with me so far? Okay, yep, you got it. All right, now go to Symbols List tab, okay? And when you get to Symbols List tab, I want you to do this. I want you to click here on this drop-down menu, and I want you to go only the following lists. Is the strategy created by my and test is the automated. Can you, Nick, send a cloud? Do you know how to send a cloud link, Nick? And if so, send that strategy to info at Trade Ideas and say that the stops aren't being obeyed. So if you send an email with then say that your stops aren't being made, tell us what those stops are because there's just stops. Some of the advanced formulas, they don't work. They need to be removed. And the reason that they don't work is because Trade Ideas does not want to be responsible for holding your stops. Because if for some reason our servers go down and your stop doesn't trigger and you take a major loss, we don't want to be responsible for that. But when you do it as a hard percent or a hard dollar, that stop is routed to your broker like it would normally be in any other time you put a stop in, and your broker's holding that stop, which is who's holding your money and who should be responsible for your money. So that's our reason behind not allowing people to do custom stops like that because we just cannot take the risk that something happens to our servers, even if it's for 1 minute, and everything comes right back up. 1 minute can change someone's life in the stock market, good or bad, and we do not want to participate in the bad. So, all right, Double B, we got clicked only following these lists. Now we're going to go to add existing list, and you're going to look for that global tracker that you created, and you're going to click that, okay? And you see it here, and you're going to click global tracker. Done. That's all. That's it. When you get to that point, you're going to click OK, and you should have a completely blank list. I shouldn't because I have a global tracker list. Now, Double B, when you get there, tell me, and I need you, if you can, to email me at the email address that I've given you, and I'll give you the email address again, and I will get you that symbols list right this moment, and I'll get that list linked, and you'll be all set. So, just in case, here's the email address. Info at tradeIdeas.com or info at trade-ideas.com. Double B, email me and just write whatever you want, global list, just so I know it's you, because I don't know what your email is going to come up as. Tell me when that email is sent. And I'm going to copy my list. All right, is that okay as in you emailed me yet? Just sent the email now. Okay. Gotcha. Brandon Ball. All right. Here we go. I'm getting the list. I'm replying to you. So I'm going to Tools, Symbols List. This is my global tracker here. There's my list. I'm highlighting said list. Oops, I didn't highlight that properly. Highlight. Copy. Paste on a screen you cannot see. I have now sent you that list back. Let me know when you have copied that list. And anybody else that's interested in, shoot an email to Trade Ideas info at trade-ideas.com right now if you want my global watcher list, my global ETF list, and I'll email you that list too, and you can do exactly what I'm doing with Double B here. So like I said, let me know when you have copied that list. I'm going to walk you in on what to do from there. Okay, you got the list, you've copied it. You're going to go back, tools, symbols list. And we called it Global Watcher. I called it Global Watcher. Call it whatever you want. And you're going to open that list. See how we are here. Tell me when you're with me and you have the edit symbol list page open. You're there. Right click, paste that list in. Click OK. Click refresh from server. Close this out. And let me know if your list is populated with those stocks. You got it, my friend. Now, this is what I want you to do. All right, Scott, I'll get that right over to you. So right click, save or share to cloud. Make sure you please save that to the cloud. You'll have that there forever and ever. Your symbols list is stored, and that's all you need. And now you can create any top list, and you can do the same thing. You can go and create a symbols list, all right? And you can link your top list to only that symbols list, so that top list will only look at that, and you can narrow things down to any kind of watch list that you want, and you can go in at any time and you can edit that list. So, there are ETFs that go the way of the dodo, disappear, or they change tickers and stuff like that. MJ, the pot stock ETF used to be called something different before it was MJ. So you got to change that. So what's the Swing Scan app? I'm not sure what you mean by what's the Swing Scan app. Are you talking about my Swing Scan, my personal Swing Scan? So Scott, you said you sent an email. I got you right here, Scott. Global list. Paste. And that list is right back at you. I got two Scotts now. So Scott C, you got that list. Oh, what's on my list for the swing trading ideas? I haven't updated it in a while, so I'll be honest. I've been really busy with stuff. I need to update it, but on my liked symbols here, this is the list that I have right now that I've liked. They're all everything that's in this list has come out of some kind of cup and handle pattern that I've liked. Basically, I don't know if they're all meeting that criteria any longer. That's for. Oh, sorry. There's those two Scots. It's a Chris and a Scott. My apologies, Chris. So yeah, that's what's on my short list. How I get that list, I don't know if you were here before from that, but I just simply click the My Liked, so you can see over here on any chart you have a heart. You click that heart. Let's do that here. So you click that heart, see it goes red, and it goes on to My Liked, and that's how I filter those symbols to keep that. So I don't have it's a symbols list that's held by Trade Ideas technically, and then I can unlike it by clicking that to get those symbols off. I can bring up. This is how I find those stocks that I get on my like symbols. Most of them, I get some from Holly, but most of them I have my evening scan. I'll open this here, and this is all I look at after the market closes, a few minutes after the market closes. This has a set of filters that I'm looking for to try to find some cup and handle patterns. So let's bring up a chart real quick and give you an idea of what I'm looking at. Chart window. Yeah, there. Yeah, that's That's how those global ETFs run. Let's move this over here. And let's get a nice size chart. There we go. And so you can see space here was something I liked, but it failed, and I'll give you my thoughts behind it failing. So this was on my list. You can see I don't have it liked now. Do you know how to see the total amount money profit for the month when back testing? The only way you could do that is to limit it to a month. So you set that back tester for data for a month, basically, whatever you want to consider a month. Um, and then you have to set those parameters. So real quick, I'll just show you that real quick, and then I'll get back to what I was talking about here with my liked evening scan. So when we go to back test, I would suggest for seeing it for the month, decide what the month is: 20 trading days, 15 trading days. I don't know what you're going to consider a month. And then run that scan like that. And then what you're going to want to do is, we're just going to real quick, I'll simulate the buy on this real fast. I don't know what your starting equity is, but right here, put whatever your starting equity is going to be for that back tester. If you are happening to pay commissions, almost nobody charges them by IB anymore, but you put that there. You got to figure out how you're doing it on your share size, and if you want to do your wiggle room, whatever you want to call it. And so you can do it like that. That's how you would kind of back test it. That's my workaround for it. So back, Chris asking for what makes my list. So more I'm a cup and handle kind of guy. A prodigy of William J. O'Neill, How to Make Money in Stocks, I believe is the name of the book. It's one of the few trading books that I've actually read. And so what I'm looking for is I'm looking for stuff that you see like this here. So what you had is you had a nice base right here. You had that base start in the middle of April, and then you had this base go right in here into July. So it's a nice time frame for that base, nice healthy time frame, and it took off. Beautiful. Problem with it taking off here is you got a lot of overhead supply here. You got all your bag holders that are right here saying, please God, let the price come anywhere near here, and I will never trade like that again. I'll never make that mistake, because you can see capitulation. Boom. You got people bought here. You got probably even people that bought here thinking, oh, well, I'm going to get a bounce on that, and they didn't get a bounce. They got crushed. And so you got a lot of supply up here. So this made it up here, and it was met with supply, and that supply dumped it right back down to here. However, this base is higher than this base. And so I like this base, and I like this gap, and this gap never got filled right there. I'm going to erase a whole bunch of what I've just done. All right, so we'll get back to it. So there's your overhead supply, there's your base, there's another base, there's a gap that never got filled. So we had a gap and go for all those days, but you had supply that built here now. And when it got back to here, that supply had said, oh, you want to buy? Here you go. Here you go. Here you go. So I was actually in Market Watch's one of their tournaments or whatever it was, just kind of playing around, and this was in my portfolio for it, and I had it good. I got it. I bought it right before Holly actually liked it here. I had it here thinking we were going up, and well, you can see we went down. But I can look at it this way though. First off, I didn't actually trade it. Number one, base, cup, handle, another base. This base is now higher than this base here. So I would like to see it base just like this again and give it one more try. But for now, it doesn't make my liked until it probably gets back up in this range here again. It'll get back in my thing. So that's kind of how that works on what I'm looking for, and that this scan gives me stocks that are like that, but it's not perfect in that sense. So let's get rid of all the studies again. And so as we go through here, you're going to probably find things that, well, see, it did this today. I'm not interested in stocks like that. I don't know what the hell it's going to do. I don't know why it gapped like that, but all I know is that, it was doing things that I liked. You got a nice base. You got a nice base, but you had that big gap, and that leaves me behind. I haven't been in the scan in a few days, so very well, this stock was probably showing here the last few days. I didn't catch it because of that reason. But as I go through the scan, I'm going to find stuff that's like that. probably on the lower end is going to find me better stuff that I like. DRD, it's gold, so not going to follow the same principle. Just see if there's anything that I see here that I happen to like that's a good example. So here you go. Let's get the drawing tool back again. And obviously March, the world was ending. Then we decided the world wasn't ending. We got a nice base here. And we built another nice base here. I would like to see this come around in this area actually here. It makes me interested there. I like volume confirmations. You got declining volume. William J. O'Neill talks about that, the declining volume, and then how it can have that explosiveness. So I like to put a question mark there and what it's going to be doing in the next few weeks. We'll see. It was humming along right up until the world was ending. So that's how I swing trade more or less. And so I go through all these stocks and I figure out what's going on the list. Then I go back through my list and I figure out what's coming off that list. I set some price alerts. I have my own set of rules. What gets me in, what triggers me in, what triggers me out. The questions you have to ask yourself is, what's my trigger to get in? What's my trigger to get out? What's my stop? What's my target? You can't answer those questions. You're gambling. You're not trading. So, but those are personal rules that I don't teach because that's not what I do. I'll share this scan if anybody's interested. So what I'm going to do, right click. Anybody can do this. Any user can do this. So right click, save and share to cloud. We're going to save and share it. I'm going to copy that link right there. You can see me copy it. I'm going to drop it into the chat window that you can't see. And there it is. That's that scan. So you click on that link. And if you go to move that, and if you were to go to File, Load from Cloud, and you put that link into that URL into that there, and you click Load, you're gonna get the scan. That's right there that I just dropped. So you can look at the filters. Just to give you a quick note on it here. So what I'm looking for are stocks that are between $4 and $35. I like the relative volume at 1. I like to see it trade at least 350,000 shares that day. I want to see it 75% above the low of today's range. I want to see 85% above the low of its 20-day range. I like stocks under 250 million in the float. I try to stay away from the big boys if I can. And this just tells me I'm sorting this whole list on a change from close percent. That's how I'm sorting it. That's how I chose to sort it. That's how my color gradient works. So stocks that have the biggest close change from close are going to be this dark green. Stocks that have the smallest, they're going to be in this white color down here. Moving towards red, but I cut it off. I don't let it get to red because of the way the filters work. So that's just, my personal 2 cents in it. Here's a stock that's broken my heart several times that I thought it was going to break out here. Thought it was going to break out here. Thought it was going to break out here. I traded it once and I lost. That's the name of the game. So I see we're at a whole 2 users higher than our watchers than earlier at 17. I don't know who's rotating in or out, but if I may once more make a selfless plug that I work for a company called Trade Ideas. We are a U.S. stock scanning software. We can scan Canadian stocks, but really U.S. is our primary kind of thing here. We are doing our open house or test drive for the next 2 weeks, so users could log in tonight that have signed up for it, and we'll get 2 full weeks access to everything Trade Ideas has to offer. It's $9 to sign up for those 2 weeks. You don't get signed in any subscription afterwards. You don't like it, that's it. Test drive ends. We go our separate ways. You do like it, you can take a subscription out. Probably offering some kind of discount code at the end of the test drive for percent off on your first month or your first year. That's how that works. And so I'm going to drop a link in for anybody that's interested in the test drive. You're welcome to sign here. The $9 that we charge is just covering our fees from the exchanges, NYSE, NASDAQ fees that we have to pay. You don't have to pay any kinds of fees like that if you are an actual subscriber. That's all crushed in, unless you happen to be a professional, but I don't assume I have any professionals watching. But if you are a licensed money professional, You take it up with the NYSE and the NASDAQ and the Amex, why they charge you extra money for being a professional. That's between you guys, not between us. We are just the low man on the datum totem pole that comes from them, and that's how they run things. So, but that link I just dropped in, you can click that. That'll bring you to our test drive sign up. Like I said, $9. It's $8.99, but what's a penny between friends? And that's kind of how that goes. So I'm an educator with Trade Ideas. I'm a trader with Trade Ideas. I started working for them at the beginning of September. They wanted a little more help on the tech side of things with an actual trader. They happen to know that I was in the market looking for a day job, and so they reached out, and I'm a very lucky guy to be working for them. I got to be honest. It's the most amazing company you can imagine. There's no central office. I work from home. Everybody works from home. Nobody from Trade Ideas has ever worked in an office for Trade Ideas. It's one of the reasons we don't really do phone support because we have our own personal phones. And the few times that we're generous enough to call someone from our personal phones, we tend to end up with people calling us at 2 o'clock in the morning asking for stock tips, which is pretty annoying. So that's just why we do that. That's how that works. It's not to say that if something really crazy has gone on, you won't get a phone call from us. But the out of 1,000 people that ask, maybe one gets it, and that's it. So that's kind of how we run the business. That's all. So there's questions. Anybody new? Anybody that's been here? Please, please, please ask the questions. That's what I'm here for. So I'm spending my Friday night doing this. Got my child in my lap. She finds this all very funny and entertaining, so you might hear her laughing in the background and watching her YouTube videos in the background. So fire away, guys. Fire away some more questions at me here. Don't give me dead time. Keep me busy. If not, I'll click around some charts for a few minutes here, I guess. Are we always adding and subtracting channels? They come in and out. Yeah. I'll bring the channel bar over real quick. So anybody paying attention to things? We know EVs are hot, hot, hot. NIO is our trade of the week. If any of you guys aren't getting our trade of the week, I'm going to drop it's our free trade of the link. Um, Veteran traders come up with it using Trade Ideas technology scanners. Most of the trade of the weeks come from Steve Gomez and Andy Linloff. Both of them have been each trading for about 25 years or longer. They both worked in the professional world and now, work for Trade Ideas. They trade their own private accounts. And they called NIO weeks ago. Andy called NIO. So let's just bring up NIO real quick. I'll come full circle on the channel bar thing real quick. Andy called NIO a couple of weeks ago here. And that's not too bad of a return, I'd have to say. He called it somewhere around the 22 as an entry, and I touched up 43 today. So, not a bad return. I'm going to drop the trade of the link. Sign up in here, guys. It's free. Nothing you got to do other than sign up for it. Every single Monday morning, it gets dropped in your box before market open. The one thing I will say is for some reason, the trade of the week seems to end up in people's junk or spam mail a lot. So check there. If you're not getting it, check there. I don't know why that happens. We can't control that. Here's our trade of the week, though. It's just a suggestion. It has some, parameters behind it. What we're looking at, what some of us might be doing with it. We're not registered advisors, so we're not going to tell you to buy. We're not going to tell you to sell. We're not going to tell you to hold. But anyways, that's our trade of the week. You can click that, and that'll get you that. Give me one moment here. I'll come full circle here on this whole channel thing for you there, and then I'll get to your question, Don. Sorry, I have a sports injury that I'm dealing with a 7-year-old, making her get some Motrin for that. I'm sure you guys have been there. So back to that always adding, subtracting channels. So where Nio was coming from, the EVs. So we added this EV channel recently because look, there's Nio. What else do we got? NIU. This is something that I've been in and out of recently. Another healthy one that's related to that kind of stuff. Um, Anything that has to do with the battery plays and stuff like that. So got one more I want to find here. Um, Give me 1 second. Da, 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 da. Is this it? There we go. Another possible EV play. I really like this chart. I've been in and out of this, but this is one of those. This is one of the reasons that I stopped trading. I owned this stock somewhere here. I got an arrow going. I had bought this stock on a trade here, somewhere in these days here, and I sold it pretty quickly because it was like day trading or like an overnight hold. And had I held it, had a very nice run. So I could have taken half the amount of shares and made double the money on half the amount of shares, or triple the money on half the amount of shares. So, anyways, EV, that's something that's in there right now. That's something newly added. What else have we done that's kind of new? Some of these have been around a while. Explosive winners, that's fairly new. Going down, that's fairly new. So this one of the managing partners and founders of Trade Idea, Brad Williams. He does the Wednesday Q&A webinars at 5 p.m. Eastern with the CEO and founder Dan Merkin. They they're the ones that do more of the adding and subtracting of the channels. Put them together. They create the scans that are in there. So that's kind of how that works. And then Don, so you use a 60-minute time frame for swing ideas, looking for support resistance in addition to daily. So this is actually what I do, Don. I am usually generally 3 charts max on a symbol when I'm looking. So when I'm going through this symbols list that's over here, what I do is I have a weekly, a daily, and a 60-minute chart. And that's what I like to do. And I like to see refraction in those charts. So if I do this real quick, let's get rid of that channel bar. Let's get rid of that. Let's give myself lots of real estate here. Whoops. Shrink this bad boy up and just to give you an idea how I work with charts. And just bring in some new charts in here. So let me get these all spaced. We'll change the time frames. One more chart, new chart window. There we go. So then I like to go right click on the chart, time frame, weekly, time frame, we're already daily, time frame, 60. And let's look at refractal patterns here. All right. And you can see, look at this on the 60-minute. You see these here, these similarities I'm seeing? The same kind of hooking up pattern. So that's what I'm looking for. I like to see bases. I like to see them 6 weeks. If the chart's really nice, let's say maybe 4 weeks is okay, I guess. I like a little more confirmation than 4 weeks though. And so, it makes it easier when I'm looking at a weekly chart. Let's just get rid of, oh, sorry, hold on. Let's get these all on one. There we go. Let's get rid of some lines here that we've drawn. I don't need those lines right now. Let's clear that up. And you can see as I delete those lines, they delete off all the charts. Very convenient. And so this is kind of what I'm looking at, you know what I mean? So I can really start to see how this momentum's playing with these moving averages on different time frames as well. And you can really see on this 60-minute chart here, you can see those moving averages are really chasing the price action up. $5 stock's not something I am overly interested in, but is what it is. And it's nice when those resistance lines line up on the different charts. So let's just for fun. This looks like a point of significance. And they're not, resistance lines can be approximate because, look, you got it here. Doesn't quite touch there, but I think you can see the concept of what went on there. And although this wicked through, it couldn't hold that price action. That's telling me that there's plenty of overhead supply there that was being passed right off to the buyers from whoever was holding from way back there. But you can't tell me that that line doesn't bear some significance on all three of these charts right now. There we go. One. Look, we're touching 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, and all the way back here 4 on the weekly. So kind of more or less how I'm looking at it, if you will. So I'm kind of getting ready to wind down here, I think. 10:20 my time. I don't know time zone everybody else is in. I can see the watching numbers have fluctuated a little bit up and down here. I don't know who's rotating in and out. So if you're somebody that's just come in, you got a question you want to throw at me, this is, I'm demonstrating Trade Ideas live trading scanner. Yes, I work for Trade Ideas. I am a trader. We are doing our open house right now, our test drive. So I'm trying to give a little extra support to people that are doing that, or anybody that's been interested, maybe get them in on the test drive, see what we're all about kind of thing. So I'm going to wind it down, but I'll take some last shots here, some last questions. Yeah, you're very welcome, Scott. It's my pleasure. My pleasure to help. Like I said, my trading journey didn't start all that long ago, to be honest, as far as careers go. And I remember what it was like trying to use the scanner, not only use the scanner, but, I didn't know what the hell an EMA was, or an SMA, or a revision to whatever, or Bollinger Band, any of that stuff, although I still don't use Bollinger Bands. My point being is I didn't know what any of those things were. And now I do. So, and it was going to the webinars and these guys, I hitting these guys up on Twitter from Trade Ideas constantly, messaging them and annoying them, and they, they help me out, and I, pay it forward here. I'm sure there's someone out there that was in the position that I was in years ago, and if I can help them, it feels good. So again, kind of making last calls here. Throw some questions. Otherwise, I'm going to start to drop some links, some last minute links in here for anybody. Selflessly promoting, if I will. Most of it's actually all free education stuff that I'm about to drop in here. So let's see. What do I got for you guys? Let's go to the Traderz room. All right. This is our absolutely 100% free Traderz room. You do not need a subscription to Trade Ideas. All you have to do is create a login with an email address. There's no credit card needed, not a damn thing needed, except for you to actually type the buttons to sign in. There is no shenanigans in this room. There is no pumping. There is no nonsense. It's some really good people sharing some really good trade ideas with each other. It's moderated by Barry. He is, I don't know how the trading community does not know about him more than they do. The guy is as straight a shooter as you can find. He will never tell you to buy or sell something. He shares his alerts real time, though. He says when he's getting in something. He says when he's getting out of something. He tells people, don't follow me unless you have your plan for that stock. He's got his plan when he's getting in and out. He knows what he's risking every time, all that kind of stuff. But there are great traders in this room to learn from. That is the link to the free Trade Ideas trading room. What other goodies do I have here for links? This is our overall education page. On this page, there are 5 p.m. Eastern webinars you can sign up for. All these webinars are free. Just check your spam box, junk box. You know, sometimes they end up there, but those are the webinars. You can sign up there. That also gets you to our YouTube channel. This room is also broadcasted on the YouTube channel, the Traderz room, but it's better to be in the Traderz room. There's more people in there, more action, more people sharing ideas. What else do I got for you guys here? We've got our ebooks. If you're interested, all free ebooks, tons of topics, swing trading, buying the dip, when buying the dip doesn't work, all that stuff like that. There's their ebooks. Oh, I can see the viewers are dropping. They're not interested. I'm losing you guys. um, let's see. TI University. Here's some good stuff here. You can find some lessons on back testing and things like that. Maybe something I didn't cover. Building, strategies, alert windows. Here's TI University. Yeah, you're very welcome, Don. So everything that I'm dropping right now, every single one of those last windows is absolutely, there's nothing you have to do credit card wise, sign up wise, subscription wise, 100% free. This is where I started. I started on all these things before I became a Trade Ideas subscriber. I attended these webinars and everything like that for about 4 months before I even subscribed to Trade Ideas. So, you do what works for you. Here's a comprehensive list of all of our alerts and filters that we have. Also, will give you a glimpse of all the data points that we're pulling. So this is a list and a description to every single alert and filter that we offer. So there's that. I'm going to drop the trade of the week one more time here that I was promoting before, 100% free. Just an idea we're sharing, an idea that we derived from Trade Ideas technology. That is the trade of the week, delivered every Monday before the stock market opens. And one last plug, if anybody here is interested in the test drive, it is $9. You get 2 weeks that started tonight, 10 full trading days included in this weekend, this weekend plus 10 full trading days, I should say. You pay $9. It covers the exchange fees from the NYSE, the NASDAQ, the Amex. That is to sign up for the test drive if anybody is interested. 100% full access to every single thing that Trade Ideas does. With all those links dropped, are there any last questions that anybody has? Is there a latecomer that wants to hit me with something and keep me here an extra 5 minutes? If not, I'm going to shut down for the night and eat chocolate chip cookies. I'm going to call it a going once. As I see the user numbers coming back up again. You're very, very welcome, Nick. I hope it was a help for you. I hope that gets, open. It's always good to open rabbit holes with Trade Ideas. That's the best way to learn. Is you can't hurt the software. You know what I mean? So just get in and start playing with it. Start testing, create, back test, add, subtract. You see new users have come in. If there's a new user or a new watcher, there's a new watcher here. I am winding it down, but I will stick around if someone new has something, or someone old in here has something they want to ask or want to say. But I've given a going once, and I am now giving a going twice. Thank you, Scott. I appreciate that very much. I am creating my own YouTube channel, so let me selflessly plug my YouTube channel here. How do I find that? Let's find my YouTube channel. So the back test. Go ahead, Nick. Shoot it at me. I don't know if this is actually my channel or not, but you can use this link to find me. Bookmark it, throw it away, burn it, whatever you want to do. That's a YouTube channel I've started to create. There's a bunch of nonsense on there that probably doesn't tell you anything, so never mind that stuff. Also links into, for some reason, a whole bunch of videos that I have no idea why it links into those, but that's not my fault. That's YouTube's algorithm. But one piece of note on there is linking. I have a linking for Thinkorswim that actually transfers over to that transfer. You can show how, it shows you how you can externally link trade ideas with any software. Oh, geez, how now the numbers are climbing on the watch, and you're killing me, these new people. All right, new people, I'm getting ready to shut down. But if anybody new here starts asking questions, I'm happy to. I'll stick around a couple more minutes. So, Nick, what are we saying? So the back test, if some stock hits the scanner more times, computer traded every time. Okay, so there is a bugaboo with that we cannot change that. The way it works is in the back tester. If a stock is hitting a scanner multiple times, it will affect it in a sense. But you can use the Brokerage Plus module on the automated trading to say only trade a symbol one time. And you can also use in the Brokerage Plus module to say only trade a strategy X amount of times. So that's the workaround in the auto trading that you have to do. I haven't gone through all of Michael Noss's videos, Bonpar, the channel that I showed earlier, who I consider the auto trading backtesting expert. But I would bet that you can find some stuff from him there, and he goes live. Figure out when he's going live. Hit him up. He's the expert on that stuff. I'm still actually learning from him on some of the back testing and the auto trading stuff as I start to try to do some automated trading myself. And he will be able to really get those to you. But yes, to answer your question, in the back test, the regular back test like I was showing you, if a stock is hitting a scanner multiple times, it is counted for in all those numbers. I guess I scared away the new watchers as the watching list has dropped back down again. So we're going to do it a real going once. And again, that was my YouTube channel. I dropped up there. I'm going to randomly stream. I never know when I'm going to be streaming. So, I don't know how all this stuff works. I'm very new to this YouTube thing. But I know, like, if you subscribe to something, go get... Oh, yeah, thanks. Yeah, I'm salivating for those cookies. You subscribe to the channel. When I go live, I think you can get an alert that I'm going live. I'm going to try to go live before market, go live a little bit after market. I don't want to be live during market for now because we have the Traderz room. Barry runs that. I don't want to overlap with him. That's his domain. That's his realm. He runs this YouTube channel during the day. Aside from the Traderz room, they're linked together. The Traderz room is much better. That's just, there's more in the Traderz room for you. Plus, you can see all of his scans in there that he shares. So going once, going twice. I'm going to hold out a few more seconds here. If anybody is... Last minute question. I see lots of people click the test drive link. I don't know if anybody's signing up for it. It's $9. What do you got to lose? All right, guys. That's going to wrap it for me. I really, really appreciate everyone that did show up. I hope this was helpful. I hope this was informative. Again, this was me demonstrating the Trade Idea scanning software, open house, 2 weeks, $9, everything we have to offer. See what we can do for you. Last selfless plug on the link drop. There you go. Sign up. Spend the $9. Don't be cheap. Thank you so much again, guys. Really appreciate this. You all have yourselves a wonderful weekend. I may or may not stream during the day tomorrow. Same on Sunday. We'll see how that goes. Everybody, once again, thank you and good night.